Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Very good morning. The 9,962nd meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is main security, promoting international peace and security through multilateralism and the peaceful settlement of disputes. The agenda is adopted. I would like to warmly welcome the Secretary General, the distinguished ministers, and other high-level representatives present in the Security Council chamber. Your presence today underscores the importance of the subject matter under discussion. Before each of you is a list of speakers who have requested to participate in accordance with rules 37 and 39 of the Council's provisional rules of procedure. We propose that they be invited to participate in this meeting. There being no objection, it is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I wish to draw the attention of the Council members to document S/2025/443, a letter dated 1st of July 2025 from the Permanent Representative of Pakistan to the United Nations, addressed to the Secretary General, transmitting a concept paper on the item under consideration. Members of the Council have before them document S/2025/480, the text of a draft resolution submitted by Pakistan. The Council is ready to proceed to the vote on the draft resolution before it. I shall put the draft resolution to the vote now. Will those in favor of the draft resolution contained in the document S/2025/480 please raise their hands? The result of the voting, I think, is all consensus. The draft resolution has been adopted unanimously as Resolution 2788 of 2025. I now give the floor to Honorable Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I want to thank Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar and Pakistan for convening today's open debate. The topic of today's debate shines a light on the clear connection between international peace and multilateralism. 8 years ago, the United Nations was founded with a primary purpose: to safeguard humanity from the scourge of war. The architects of the United Nations Charter recognize that the peaceful resolution of disputes is the lifeline when geopolitical tensions escalate, when unresolved disputes fuel the flames of conflict, and when states lose trust in each other. The Charter lays out a number of important tools to forge peace. Article 2.3 of the UN Charter is clear. All members shall settle their international disputes by peaceful means in such a manner that international peace and security and justice are not endangered. Chapter 6 of the Charter is equally clear on the specific responsibilities of this Council to help ensure the pacific settlement of disputes by negotiation, inquiry, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, judicial settlement, resort to regional agencies or arrangements, or other peaceful means of their own choice. Action 16 of the Pact of the Future calls on member states to recommit to all the mechanisms of preventive diplomacy and the peaceful settlement of disputes. I commend Pakistan for utilizing its presidency to put forward a resolution urging all member states to make full use of these tools in our collective pursuit of global peace. This is needed now more than ever. Around the world, we see an utter disregard for, if not outright violation of, international law, including international human rights law, international refugee law, international humanitarian law, and the UN Charter itself, without any accountability. These failures to uphold international obligations are coming at a time of a widening geopolitical divides and conflicts. And the cost is staggering, measured in human lives, shattered communities, and lost futures. We need look no further than the horror show in Gaza, with a level of death and destruction without parallel in recent times. Malnourishment is soaring, starvation is knocking on every door. And now we are seeing the last gasp of a humanitarian system built on humanitarian principles. This system is being denied the conditions to function, denied the space to deliver, denied the safety to save lives. With Israeli military operations intensifying and new displacement orders issued in Deir al-Balah, devastation is being layered upon devastation. I am appalled that UN premises have been struck, among them facilities of the UN Office for Project Services and the World Health Organization, including WHO's main warehouse. This is despite all parties having been informed of the locations of these UN facilities. These premises are inviolable and must be protected under international humanitarian law without exception. From Gaza to Ukraine, from Sahel to Sudan, Haiti and Myanmar, and many other parts of the world, conflict is raging, international law is being trampled, and anger and displacement are at record levels. And terrorism, violent extremism, and transnational crime remain persistent scourges, pushing security further out of reach. Diplomacy may not have always succeeded in preventing conflicts, violence, and instability, but it still holds the power to stop them. Mr. President, peace is a choice, and the world expects the UN Security Council to help countries make this choice. This council is at the center of the global architecture for peace and security. Its creation reflects a central truth. Competition between states is a geopolitical reality, but cooperation, anchored in shared interests and the greater good, is the sustainable pathway to peace. Too often, we see divisions, entrenched positions, and escalatory discourse blocking solutions and the effectiveness of the Council. But we have also seen some inspiring examples of finding common ground and forging solutions to global problems. For example, today marks 3 years since the signing of the Black Sea Initiative and the Memorandum of Understanding with the Russian Federation, efforts that show that we can achieve through mediation and the good offices of the United Nations, even during the most challenging moments. And we've seen many other recent examples. From the Seville Conference on Financing for Development, to the Oceans Conference in Nice, to the agreement on marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction and the Cybercrime Treaty, to the Pact for the Future adopted last year. The Pact in particular demonstrates a clear recommitment by the world to strengthen the United Nations collective security system. Drawing from the new Agenda for Peace, it prioritizes preventive diplomacy and mediation, all areas where this Council can play a vital role. As we look to the theme of today's debate, I see 3 areas where we can live up to the Pact's call to renew our commitment to, and the world's face in, the multilateral problem-solving architecture. First, this Council's members, in particular its permanent members, must continue working to overcome divisions. The majority of situations on the Security Council agenda are complex and resist quick fixes. But even in the darkest days of the Cold War, the collective dialogue and decision-making in this Council underpinned a common and effective system of global security, one that successfully developed a range of peacekeeping missions, one that opened the door for vital humanitarian aid to flow to people in need, and one that helped prevent a third world war. I urge you to summon this same spirit by keeping channels open, continue to listen in good faith, and working to overcome differences and building consensus. We must also work to ensure that this Council reflects the world of today, not the world of 80 years ago. This Council should be made more representative of today's geopolitical realities. And we must continue improving the working methods of this Council to make it more inclusive, transparent, efficient, and accountable. I urge you to continue building consensus to move the intergovernmental negotiations forward. Second, this Council must continue strengthening cooperation with regional and sub-regional partners. The landmark adoption of Security Council Resolution 2719, supporting African Union-led peace support operations through assessed contributions, is a good example of how we can join efforts with regional organizations to support more effective responses. I also commend this Council's steps to strengthen and rebuild regional security frameworks to encourage dialogue and advance the peaceful settlement of disputes. Troisièmement,
And third, member states must honor their obligations under international law, including the UN Charter, international human rights law, and international humanitarian law. The Pact for the Future calls on all member states to live up to their commitments as enshrined in the UN Charter, as well as to uphold the principles of the respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the political independence of states. All of these principles are grounded in international law and are buttressed by a commitment to prioritize prevention of conflict and the peaceful settlement of disputes through dialogue and diplomacy. The Pact for the Future also recognizes the critical contribution made by the International Court of Justice, which celebrates its 80th anniversary next year. Mr. President, as we mark the 80th anniversary of our organization and of the charter that gave it life and shape, we must renew our commitment to the multilateral spirit of peace through diplomacy. I look forward to working with you in this important endeavor in order to achieve international peace and security, the international peace and security that the people of this world need and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Mr. Secretary General, fellow ministers, excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is a great honor and pleasure to preside over today's high-level open debate of the UN Security Council on the important theme of promoting international peace and security through multilateralism and peaceful settlement of disputes. Pakistan is striving to fulfill the solemn responsibility of Security Council's presidency with a deep sense of purpose, humility, and conviction. Our approach will continue to remain anchored in the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, respect for international law, and a steadfast commitment to multilateralism. I thank Secretary General for his thoughtful and insightful remarks. We deeply appreciate Secretary General's leadership and the commitment in upholding the noble ideals enshrined in the UN Charter. I also wish to acknowledge the high level of interest among the UN membership in today's open debate, including ministerial participation. We look forward to hearing their important contributions. I am extremely pleased with the adoption of the Resolution 2788 on strengthening mechanism for peaceful settlement of disputes by the Council today. It is indeed a welcome expression of our collective will and the determination to pursuing dialogue and diplomacy for the pacific settlement of disputes in full conformity with the Charter and the expectations of the international community. I thank all Council members for their positive and constructive engagement with Pakistan's delegation in achieving this important consensus. Excellencies, today's debate is both timely and urgent. Multilateralism is not merely a diplomatic convenience, it is the need of the hour. Peaceful settlement of dispute is not just a principle, it is the lifeline of global stability. The international community today faces a deeply troubling landscape of unresolved conflicts, festering disputes, and new and escalating crises. Geopolitical rivalries, erosion of trust in multilateral institutions, and persistent non-compliance with Security Council resolutions continue to undermine our shared commitment to the maintenance of the international peace and security and respect for international law. Around the world, unresolved disputes have morphed into prolonged conflicts. The flames of war rage in several regions across the globe. These crises have inflicted untold human sufferings, displaced millions, and undermined our collective faith in the international system's ability to deliver justice and peace. Excellencies, We must collectively acknowledge that durable peace is not forged through power projection or unilateralism, but through dialogue, mutual respect, and inclusive diplomacy. The centrality of multilateralism, as reaffirmed in the Pact for the Future, offers a framework for trust building and cooperation essential to conflict prevention and resolution. Pakistan remains a firm believer in the promise and power of multilateralism. As a long standing member of the United Nations and one of the largest troop contributing countries to the UN peacekeeping, Pakistan's commitment to peace is principled, enduring, and consistent. Excellencies, peaceful settlement of disputes is not just a moral or legal imperative, it is a strategic necessity. Despite the Charter of the United Nations providing comprehensive tools under Chapter 6 for the pacific settlement of disputes, including negotiations, inquiry, mediations, conciliations, arbitration, and judicial settlement, these mechanisms remain underutilized or selectively applied. The Security Council has prime responsibility in this regard, yet we continue to witness the persistence and proliferation of unresolved conflicts, many of which remain on the Council agenda for decades. Selective implementation of Council resolutions, double standards, and the politicization of humanitarian principles have eroded its credibility and effectiveness. The ongoing tragedies in Palestine and the Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir are vivid examples of this malice. The prolonged suffering of the Palestinian people, particularly in Gaza, remains a stark reminder of the urgent need for a just and lasting solution. Israel's latest onslaught in Gaza has killed over 58,000 Palestinians, mostly women and children. The humanitarian situation is dire, with civilians bearing the brunt of the violence and deprivations. We reiterate the call for an immediate, unconditional, and permanent ceasefire in Gaza and across the occupied territory. The ceasefire must serve as a stepping stone for a broader and durable peace. We earnestly hope that the upcoming conference on the two-state solution will reopen the political horizon and efforts towards a just and the peaceful settlement of the Palestinian question, leading to the realization of the independent and viable state of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. Excellencies, Pakistan also remains steadfast in its desire for peace in our own region. But this cannot be one-sided effort. It requires reciprocity, sincerity, and willingness to engage in meaningful dialogue, for which Pakistan stands ready. Jammu and Kashmir remains one of the oldest disputes on the agenda of the UN Security Council. It is an internationally recognized disputed territory, the final disposition of which is to be made in accordance with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions and the wishes of the Kashmiri people. No cosmetic measures can serve as a substitute for the fundamental and inalienable right to self-determination of the Kashmiris as guaranteed by the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. The 65 years old Indus Water Treaty between India and Pakistan is a noteworthy example of dialogue and diplomacy working for peacefully arriving at a water sharing arrangement between two neighbors. The treaty has withstood periods of trials and tribulations in bilateral relations. It is most unfortunate and regrettable that India has chosen to illegally and unilaterally hold this treaty in abeyance on baseless grounds with the intention of withholding the flow of water to 240 million people of Pakistan who rely on it for their livelihood and survival. At the heart of almost all the conflicts across the globe is the crisis of multilateralism, a failure not of principles but of will, a paralysis not of institutions but of political courage. The path to to sustainable peace lies in peaceful resolution of disputes. In this spirit, I humbly suggest first, we must revitalize trust in the UN system that requires ensuring equal treatment of all conflicts based on international law, not geopolitical expediency. The Security Council resolutions must be implemented universally and without discrimination. Second, we must uphold the primacy of international law, particularly the principles of the UN Charter, in resolving disputes. There must be no space for threat or use of force, foreign occupation, or denial of right to self-determination in today's world. Third, the good offices of the Secretary General should be effectively utilized in the situations of emerging conflict and those involving protected disputes. Greater support is merited for the mediation support unit. Fourth, peaceful dispute settlement should be a norm, not an exception. Bilateralism cannot be a pretext for inaction when one party refuses to engage. Finally, we may promote regional partnerships in accordance with Chapter 8 of the Charter to support context specific, inclusive solutions as well as enhance early diplomatic action, including greater investment in the tools of preventive diplomacy. Excellencies, Pakistan's foreign policy remains anchored in the principles of UN Charter, sovereign equality of states, non-interference, a right to self-determination, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. We have always preferred diplomacy over confrontation, engagement over isolation, and partnership over polarization. We covet a world that is not divided by conflict, but united by cooperation and peaceful coexistence. Excellencies, let this debate serve as a collective reaffirmation of our faith in multilateralism, a recommitment to the peaceful settlement of disputes, and a solemn promise to those who look to this council not for words, but for action. It is time to return to the spirit of San Francisco, where the Charter was born out of the ashes of war and with a hope for peace. At the 80th anniversary of the foundation of the organization, we owe it to the peoples of the world to make the UN even more relevant as a platform for dialogue, but also as an institution that delivers justice, upholds international law, and promotes sustainable peace. I thank you all. I now resume my functions as President of the Council. I now give the floor to His Excellency Lord Ray Collins of Highbury to represent United Kingdom.
Thank you. Mr. President, the United Kingdom thanks Pakistan for convening this timely debate at a time when multilateralism faces unprecedented strain. As the Secretary General said, the world is witnessing more conflict than at any time since the founding of the United Nations. From Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine to the protracted crisis in Gaza, the international community is being tested. From our response must strive for peace and be guided by the principles of the UN Charter. Multilateralism remains the best tool we have to meet the shared challenges of the 21st century. And this Council, as the UN organ with the primary responsibility for international peace and security, should play a central role. That includes through collective commitment to the rule of law, including international humanitarian law and to the peaceful settlement of disputes. These are not abstract ideals. They are principles by which we could collectively prevent and resolve conflict. That is why the United Kingdom has kept these principles at the heart of its foreign policy. But as we mark the UN 80th anniversary, we must seize this moment to revitalize the peace and security architecture, champion human rights, and strengthen the UN development system and humanitarian architecture to ensure all three pillars are collectively fit for purpose. We should make full use of the UN's mediation and conflict prevention capabilities. In Sudan, we continue to urge the warring parties to engage meaningfully with existing diplomatic initiatives, including the United Nations mediation efforts, to achieve a lasting national ceasefire and political solution. Here and elsewhere, we need the United Nations to help address the root causes of conflict. Peace operations should be more adaptable, politically attuned, and better coordinated with other UN and regional actors, leveraging new technologies and local expertise. We must focus not only on brokering peace, but on sustaining it. The United Nations efforts to verify the implementation of the peace agreement in Colombia is a good example of this work in the field. And here in New York, we can make better use of the UN peace-building architecture to support national efforts to sustain peace. Underscoring this, we must recall that crucially, sustainable peace can only be achieved through inclusive peace processes with the full, equal, meaningful, and safe participation of women. Mr. President, the UN Charter is our shared foundation. In this moment of global uncertainty, we must recommit to multilateralism, not as a slogan, but as a strategy. The United Kingdom stands ready to work with all member states to this end, including to uphold peace, security, and the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency Lord Collins, for your candid statement. I would now give the floor to Somalia.
Mr. President, at the outset, allow me to express my deep appreciation to the Pakistani presidency for convening this high-level debate and to the Secretary General for his briefing. I welcome Your Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Pakistan to New York to preside over this meeting. Pakistan's leadership in bringing us together for this important debate and the just adopted resolution is both timely and commendable. It also reaffirms your long-standing commitment to multilateralism, international peace, and peaceful settlement of disputes. Across the world, we are witnessing the painful consequences of unresolved conflicts where lives uprooted, hopes dashed, and entire regions destabilized. The world has grown weary of a cycle in which geopolitical rivalries breed division, international obligations are set aside, and Security Council resolutions too often remain unfulfilled. In this vein, I wish to make the following 4 points. First, we must confront the reality of weakened multilateralism, a cause and a symptom of so many of our collective challenges. In the aftermath of the Second World War, humanity seemed poised to establish lasting peace through goodwill, multilateralism, mediation, and arbitration. For a time, unity of purpose and global consensus brought us close to preventing destructive conflicts. Today, however, many multilateral institutions are hamstrung by outdated rules and structures. Reform cannot wait if these bodies are to respond to the complex realities of our era. Nowhere is this more evident than this body as we mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. For the Council to be truly representative and effective, Africa must be granted its long overdue place at the table, with at least 2 permanent seats as demanded by the El Zuluini Consensus. Without such renewal, our legitimacy and capacity to address conflicts will remain out of reach. Second, from the very outset of any UN mission, we must have a clear and realistic exit strategy, especially during complex political transitions. Our engagement should be purposeful and time-bound, aiming to empower local actors to sustain peace themselves. Supporting transitions cannot be reduced to providing electoral assistance or treating elections as the sole marker of democracy. The United Nations and its members must exert more efforts and investment in peace building and accompany societies through reconciliation and reform. Third, lasting peace and security depend fundamentally on respect for international law and the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter. All members must uphold their obligations, resolving disputes through peaceful means, respecting sovereignty, and honoring the resolutions of this Council. Selective adherence or disregard for these principles undermine the credibility of our collective security system and erodes the trust necessary for effective multilateralism. Fourth and last, Africa's rich tradition of dialogue, mediation, and wisdom across the continent have prevented consulate crises. The African Union's Silencing the Guns initiative is a testament to a collective resolve to end the scourge of wars. These initiatives deserve not just recognition, but real investment. To that end, the historic Security Council Resolution 2719 should be operationalized to ensure UN support for African Union-led peace operations is sustainable and predictable. We must recommit to empower these mechanisms to anchor lasting peace both on our continent and beyond. It is, after all, in the vital interest of this Council to ensure that its regional partners, such as the African Union, are sufficiently supported and enabled to fully discharge their responsibility as part of the global peace and security architecture. Mr. President, as we recently marked Mandela Day last week, we echo the words of this leader who embodied reconciliation and peace. I quote, "It's so easy to break down and destroy. The heroes are those who make peace and build." End of quote. Today, it's imperative to renew our commitment to multilateralism and to the Charter's vision, a world where disputes are settled not through military might, but rather by diplomacy and political solutions. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for delivering the statement on behalf of Somalia. I would now request France, Representative France, to take the floor, please. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, President and Mr. Deputy Prime Minister. I thank you for being here in the Pakistani presidency. We thank Pakistan for organizing this open, timely debate. We also thank the Secretary General for a briefing that has enlightened us indeed. The upsurge in conflict is becoming an entrenched trend, and with that comes a temptation to succumb to unilateralism. The resolution that we've just unanimously adopted reaffirms our commitment to multilateralism and to the peaceful resolution of disputes. France has identified 3 areas of focus which can breathe new life into multilateral action. Firstly, the United Nations must adapt itself in order to make its action more effective. Multilateralism is not a mere word, it is a method. Dialogue, the organization of rivalry and keeping it under control, that is what multilateralism, rather than allowing the might is right principle to prevail, and the United Nations is the very institutional cornerstone of that philosophy. Initiatives are underway to reform multilateralism and the United Nations. I'm thinking about what the Secretary General is doing as part of the UN 80th anniversary to make the organization more efficient and to adapt it to modern realities. The reform promotes the reform of the Security Council, which must become more representative. African countries must be among its permanent members. France, jointly with Mexico since 2015, has championed an initiative suspending veto powers in the case of mass atrocities. This has been joined by 107 states, and its aim is to ensure the Council is not stymied in its action in such situations. The world cannot accept that the gridlock remains where Gaza is concerned or where Ukraine is concerned within the Council. The Council must assume its responsibilities. Chapter 6 of the Charter gives the Security Council devoted instruments in terms of the Pacific settlement of disputes. When the Council can speak with one voice, it can garner great success. We have the peace agreement in 2016, which was reached between the government of Colombia and the FARC. The UN supports the implementation of that agreement on the Security Council decision, and that bears witness to the power of cooperation. The Security Council must make use of the full complement of instruments at its disposal. It must also work in contact with and close consultation with regional organizations, civil society, women, and all local stakeholders. In Sudan, the Council must take more decisive action to foster a return to peace. Where Haiti is concerned, we wish to continue work with all Council members to strengthen the involvement of the United Nations and to restore security in line with the Secretary General's recommendations. Thirdly, the international community must remain mobilized to ensure international law is upheld. France commends the contribution made by the International Court of Justice to the Pacific settlement of disputes, both in terms of issuing binding judgments and advisory opinions. Upholding international law, beginning with upholding international humanitarian law and international human rights law, is one of the cornerstone of conflict prevention and conflict resolution. These bodies of law have been trampled on in recent years, and the belief that they must all be upheld is what forms the rationale of our commitment to the ICRC initiative regarding international commitment to international humanitarian law, and it also explains our commitment to fighting impunity globally. Deputy Prime Minister, during the address at the General Assembly rostrum last September, the President of the Republic spoke about the greatest convergence of crises in 8 decades of the UN's existence. It behooves us to face up to that situation. We must choose to allow diplomacy to prevail over might, and cooperation and collaboration must prevail over unilateralisms. We have destructive illusions of pseudo-solutions where force prevails. Our Council must pit against that this founding choice to peacefully resolve disputes. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, the representative of France. I would now give the floor to His Excellency, the representative of China, the Council member.
Thank you, President. China applauds Pakistan's initiative to convene this open debate, welcomes Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs Mohammad Ishaq Dar presiding over today's proceedings here in New York, and thanks Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his briefing. China welcomes the Security Council's unanimous adoption of the resolution on strengthening the mechanisms for the peaceful settlement of disputes. 8 decades ago, the World Anti-Fascist War ended in a great victory. The signing of the UN Charter established the basic norms governing international relations and manifested humanity's common aspirations to end the scourge of war and maintain world peace. 80 years on, the world is entering a new era where upheaval and change are the order of the day, and peace and development remain an arduous mission far from accomplished. The 80th anniversary of the UN provides the international community with the pivotal opportunity to revisit the founding aspirations of this organization, revitalize multilateralism, and keep forging ahead in the interest of international peace and security. I'd like to highlight the following points. First, commitment to settling disputes by peaceful means. It's inevitable that tensions and frictions sometimes arise between countries, but pressurizing, imposing sanctions, or even resorting to force is often counterproductive, as they lead to greater conflicts and add to the pileup of hatred and animosity. Countries must respect each other's national sovereignty and territorial integrity, take seriously each other's legitimate security concerns, resolve their differences through mutual understanding and mutual accommodation, and move towards greater consensus through dialogue and engagement. The international community, major countries in particular, should build bridges for dialogue and cooperation rather than stoke or fuel the flames and instigate confrontation. Second, respect for the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. We are witnessing so many conflicts and confrontations around the world today, not because the Charter is out of date, but because the purposes and principles thereof have failed to be truly respected. The Charter is the bedrock that mustn't be shaken, on which international order is built. It is not an a la carte menu that one can pick and choose from. The international community should reject the law of jungle, whereby more powerful nations bully the less strong ones, adhere to the principles enshrined in the Charter, including sovereign equality, non-interference, and peaceful settlement of disputes, uphold equality of all nations, large and small, and safeguard international equity and justice. Third, enabling the Security Council to effectively fulfill its duties. The Council has the primary responsibility for maintaining international peace and security. In the face of major crises and conflicts, this Council must resolutely perform its Charter-mandated functions and take timely and effective action. Council members should rise above self-interest and prioritize the common good. They should abandon geopolitical calculations and seek unity and cooperation. Resolutions adopted by the Council are legally binding and must be implemented in letter and in spirit, without selective application, much less double standards. The UN Secretary General and their special envoys and special representatives play an important role in mediation and conflict resolution and should work in synergy with the Security Council. Fourth, support for the active role of the Global South. Most countries of the Global South have suffered from invasion, colonization, and plunder, and thus understand intimately the value of peace. They represent a stabilizing, constructive, and progressive force in the midst of the tectonic changes in the world. China, Brazil, and other countries of the Global South formed a group of friends of peace in response to the Ukraine crisis, and BRICS nations have actively voiced their positions on major hotspot issues such as the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, contributing to a political solution to these crises. All parties should continue to support regional organizations such as the African Union, ASEAN, and the Arab League in deepening their partnerships with the UN and playing a leading role in resolving regional conflicts. President, when it comes to peace and security, China's track record is second to none among major powers in the world. President Xi Jinping put forward the Global Security Initiative and advocated the vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security, offering a practical path to address the global security deficit. China works tirelessly to encourage and facilitate peace talks, actively exploring distinctly Chinese solutions to hotspot issues, and has made significant contributions to UN peacekeeping operations. China has co-established the International Organization for Mediation, IOMED for short, with over 30 countries, which is an important rule of law public good for improving global security governance. We encourage and welcome more countries to join the IOMED. In today's world that is fraught with turmoil and change, there is no royal road to peace. China remains available and ready to work with the rest of the international community to practice true multilateralism, continue to be a builder of world peace, a contributor to global development, and a guardian of international order, and advance the building of a community with a shared future of humankind. Together, we shall shape a better future for all. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Excellency, representative of China. Now I give the floor to Excellency, representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me also thank Secretary General for his valuable briefing and for his clarion call to action. Deputy Prime Minister Dar, thank you for your presence today. The peaceful settlement of disputes strikes to the very core of our work at the Security Council. Denmark commends Pakistan for bringing that to the forefront today. We also congratulate Pakistan for the important resolution we have adopted this morning. Mr. President, in joining the United Nations, every member state undertakes a solemn commitment to uphold the UN Charter, to promote and defend its principles, its purposes, and its values, Today, that commitment is threatened like never before. We believe it's high time not only to recommit to these principles and values, but to take concrete steps to implement them. The peaceful settlement of disputes encompasses a broad range of actions, from the use of diplomacy, dialogue, and mediation, to taking confidence-building measures, from early warning mechanisms to crisis management measures. We have these tools at our disposal. We have recommitted to them in the Pact for the Future. What is needed, as ever, is the political will and the courage to use them. Denmark believes that these tools are underutilized and undervalued. Allow me to highlight several recommendations to this end. First, the good offices of the Secretary General and his envoys is a vital role and an important tool to promote the peaceful resolution of disputes. This instrument requires adequate resources to lead and support mediation and preventive diplomacy. It should be actively used in a bold and forward-leaning way, even when the risk of failing are high. We also underscore the ability of the Secretary General to bring matters to the attention of the Council in Article 99 of the Charter as an important tool in prevention. Second, we, the Member States, must fulfill our obligations under Article 33 and seek solutions to any dispute by peaceful means. Dialogue, preventive diplomacy, and mediation must become our first ports of call. Failing this, there are still other avenues. Legal disputes should, as a general rule, be referred to the International Court of Justice, and we encourage all member states to accept the compulsory jurisdiction of the court. As the principal judicial organ of the United Nations, the ICJ has an increasingly important role in upholding international law and the peaceful settlement of disputes. Third, we, the Security Council, need to utilize all means and measures at our disposal to deliver on our mandate. Chapter 6 of the Charter provides a range of tools to this end. As an example, the Council may establish investigations into disputes or situations that might lead to conflict. Such investigations should be initiated early to avoid and prevent escalation. The Council should also make more use of its authority to call on parties to settle their dispute by peaceful means and to make recommendations on procedures that could be taken. In this regard, we underscore the obligations in Article 27.3, stating that in decisions under Chapter 6, a party to a dispute shall abstain from voting. Our credibility depends not only on our ability to resolve and settle disputes, but in our ability to foresee and critically to forestall them. That means investing more in prevention and peace building, including confidence building measures. It also means supporting civil society, grassroots organizations, and youth initiatives, and ensuring women's full, equal, meaningful, and safe participation in peace and security efforts. Concretely, the Council should consider organizing horizon scanning and situational awareness briefings and considering early responses. When the warning signs are clear, our resolve must be firm. Such an approach could save lives, resources, and decades of development gains. In closing, Mr. President, in this organization, we have all committed to saving succeeding generations from the scourge of war, but commitments on paper will save no one. Now is the time to maximize our use of the tools provided under the Charter. Let us harness the full potential and uphold our responsibility to maintain international peace and security. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, Representative of Denmark. I would now give the floor to His Excellency, the Representative of Russian Federation.
President, Minister, Your Excellency, we'd like to thank the delegation of Pakistan for convening this open debate dedicated to strengthening of international peace and security on the basis of the principles of multilateralism and the peaceful settlement of disputes. We'd like to thank the Secretary General for his briefing. We supported the resolution crafted by our Pakistani colleagues. The process of negotiating the document was characterized by attempts by some members to politicize the process, but we did not cede, and this resolution, we did not allow it to be turned into a platform of promoting mechanisms which are not controlled by member states. The meeting and the document that was adopted draw our attention to the principle of the peaceful settlement of disputes, a principle to which we, the Russian Federation, attach great importance. States must settle their differences using means and mechanisms that they have agreed to. This purpose is one of the cornerstone principles that was agreed to when the UN was set up. Yet we stand convinced that the maintenance of international peace and security is only possible if we ensure strict and in good faith implementation of all principles of international law as a whole, as they are inextricably linked. Furthermore, they must be implemented in good faith. Some states have set a course for ignoring this tenet, knowingly politicizing the mechanisms for settling disputes. This not only results in rising tensions in international relations, it could also do irreversible damage to the activities of very important judicial and arbitral bodies. The peaceful settlement of international disputes, to which we're discussing today, is enshrined in Article 6 of the UN Charter. This principle is further confirmed by a number of authoritative consensus-based documents adopted by the General Assembly, including the 1970 Declaration on the Principles of International Law, as well as the 1982 Manila Declaration on the Peaceful Settlement of International Disputes. Article 33 of the UN Charter recalls a wide array of tools, including negotiation, inquiry, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, judicial settlement, resort to regional agencies or arrangements, or other peaceful means of their own choice. Sovereign states are free when choosing the peaceful means for the settlement of disputes. Neither certain means nor a combination thereof can be imposed on states. The Security Council has the right to recommend to the parties various decisions, but this right must be implemented pragmatically, with due regard for the specifics of each situation and on a deep understanding of the historic and regional context, as well as the root causes of a given dispute. We stand convinced that unless we uphold the principles of good faith and consent of the parties, the effective settlement of disputes is impossible in principle. Obviously, decisions handed down by mechanisms, the use of which one or both parties did not consent to, is illegitimate from the outset. This will not be implemented. What's equally important are the principles of support for state sovereignty and non-interference in internal affairs. Any forms of external pressure, manipulation of procedures, selective approaches can dent the authority of international mechanisms, reducing them to instruments of geopolitical battle. Such a degradation can be clearly seen in the case of the International Criminal Body, which the international community pinned hopes on at one point, a long time ago. On this note, our common objective is to shield from misuse and manipulations the ICJ, the primary judicial body of the United Nations. The ICJ's authority and effectiveness directly depend on the independence and impartiality, qualities which the ICJ managed to preserve despite attempts to drag it into dubious political ventures. The ICJ's increased workload is a testament to the high level of trust states place in the court. Having said that, the court's funding remains incommensurate with its importance and its size, as well as with the scope of the tasks entrusted to it. We believe what's of principled importance is to ensure the ICJ has the requisite support from member states, especially against the backdrop of the SG's UN 80 initiative. We call for the redistribution of resources to those bodies which genuinely work to strengthen international law. The ICJ is without a doubt a body that deserves such support. President, the prevention of conflicts, mediation, and good offices. This is one of the most popular topics at the UN. For many states and the UN Secretariat, this is a priority. And yet, we witness a paradox. Despite full support in word, states which are experiencing conflict frequently are in no hurry to delegate these powers to the UN. They view such delegation as interference in their internal affairs. The UN itself is gradually ceding ground as the most active mediator in international conflicts, citing lack of influence or geopolitical contradictions as the reasons. Another example, which was reflected in the resolution adopted today, is early prevention. We do not support this concept because in the majority of cases, it was promoted with the objective of needing to interfere in situations due to political reasons, for political motives, which reflect the goals of a single group of countries. We stand convinced that the effectiveness of UN Secretariat efforts on preventive diplomacy is rooted in trust. Some states are openly casting doubt on these efforts' impartiality, refusing to have missions deployed on their territory. Some see these efforts as externally imposed mechanisms which promote agendas divorced from national priorities and which are, as a minimum, useless or, what's worse, could be used as an instrument for exerting pressure. We believe that in these states, concern about sovereignty and national leadership are not fully taken into consideration by the UN. We stand convinced that to resolve this issue, the Secretariat and its field presence must revert to genuine impartiality in keeping with Articles 100 and 101 of the UN Charter. Moreover, UN efforts should not be overloaded with objectives which serve an ideological agenda of a given group of countries. Without diminishing the importance of peace-building efforts, the need to achieve gender equality, to combat sexual violence, to assist development, and tackle climate change, well, these issues cannot be at the center of the UN's political mediation efforts. It's time to recognize once and for all that there are no universal indicators of conflict. But the issue does come up again if you look at, for instance, the efforts of the UN standby team of mediation experts. This team is focusing on exactly these secondary topics. Another trend of late is chronic non-respect for and non-compliance with of agreements forged through peaceful efforts, including Security Council resolutions. Concluding an agreement is not enough. It must be implemented. Examples abound. What happened with the Minsk agreements, which were signed, according to European leaders, deliberately not to be implemented, but just to buy time, and this was done in plain sight. This was the most glaring example of the failure of conflict prevention. Another important element of the peaceful settlement of disputes, which we must pay close attention to, is ensuring that we base all of our work on reliable data. A hallmark of the times we live in is the dissemination of unverified information, and at times of blatant disinformation. This is disseminated through the media and NGOs. Frequently, such biased information even seeps into UN documents and is then actively used by UN staff. We must buck this trend. Thus, the variety of means for the peaceful settlement of disputes gives states ample opportunities for resolving the disagreements that arise between them. Yet, to achieve our desired objective, we must ensure that the parties to a dispute implement agreements in good faith without the imposition of decisions or solutions from the outside. We're genuinely interested in restoring the central role of the UN in the maintenance of peace and security through peaceful means, with due regard for the primary responsibility of the Security Council for this task. We hope that the Secretariat and the Security Council will draw the requisite conclusions in a timely manner. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, the representative of Russian Federation. I will now give floor to Excellency, the representative of Greece.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to welcome your presence and congratulate Pakistan for the presidency of the Security Council for the month of July. I would also like to thank the Secretary General for his briefing. Mr. President, the promotion of international peace and security through multilateralism and peaceful settlement of disputes lies at the heart of the United Nations Charter and should remain a common priority for all member states. Having recently marked the 80th anniversary of the UN, we cannot but reflect on the tremendous toll of World War II on countries like Greece and the firm belief that conflicts and wars should and can be averted. Greece proudly was among the first countries to sign the UN Charter, becoming thus a founding member of the United Nations. The peaceful settlement of disputes is among the very principles that form the bedrock of the UN. Greece fully adheres to the principle of a peaceful settlement on international disputes and seeks to promote a wide array of tools for their prevention and resolution based on the primacy of international law as set out in Chapter 6 of the UN Charter. Moreover, Greece is a firm proponent of the rules-based multilateral system, which stipulates that the UN members should refrain from the threat or use of force against other members. We believe that respect for international law and commitment to the principle of good neighborly relations are of paramount importance for safeguarding and strengthening peace and security. Greece, as a credible and steady force, as well as a pillar of stability in its region, has always been committed to the rules of international law, including the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, and remains a firm advocate of the principle of peaceful settlement of disputes in accordance with the UN Charter, placing particular emphasis on the prohibition of the threat or use of force. Mr. President, allow me to offer some more reflections. First, Greece spares no effort to promote the peaceful settlement of disputes, utilizing all the tools enshrined in the Charter and participating in relevant initiatives. The respect of international law and the promotion of good neighborly relations remain the solid basis of this endeavor, and we emphatically call on all member states to uphold the same principles as the only viable way for peaceful coexistence, prosperity, and stability. At the same time, the implementation of Security Council resolutions by all member states and international organizations is an essential component for the maintenance of international peace and security. It is also crucial that all member states respect international law and adhere to all major conventions, as Greece has done. Second, during our tenure in the Security Council, we are determined to work in an efficient and productive way in order to further promote the peaceful settlement of disputes and the respect for international law and the UN Charter, long-standing principles of Greek foreign policy. Guided by the triptych dialogue, diplomacy, and democracy, the motto of our tenure as an elected member of the Security Council for 2025-2026, Greece brings a principled voice to this table. These are not just words, but the core tenets of our foreign policy and of our Security Council participation as an elected member. In this context, we seek to act as a reliable and constructive interlocutor with all UN member states, maintaining open channels of communication, not only with our neighbors, but the whole international community. Lastly, Mr. President, an increasing number of disputes across the continents continues to require our collective attention and engagement. 2025 offers an opportunity to collectively reflect on the accomplishments of the organization and to build on solid values, reiterating our steadfast support for the UN Charter and international law. As staunch supporter of multilateralism and international law, with the UN at its core, Greece remains committed to promoting peaceful dispute settlement as the only viable way for sustaining peace. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, the representative of Greece. I would now give a floor to Excellency, representative of the United States.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister Dar, for convening this important debate, and I also thank the Secretary General for his briefing. 80 years ago, in the wake of the devastation of two world wars, the United States convened the nations of the world to envision a better future. They formed the United Nations with the aim of saving succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Those nations recognized that even in a peaceful world, disputes would still arise among states, but they determined that disputes could and must be resolved peacefully. The United States firmly believes in this basic founding principle enshrined in the UN Charter. Across the globe, the United States continues to work with parties to disputes wherever possible to find peaceful solutions. In the past 3 months alone, we have seen US leadership deliver de-escalations between Israel and Iran, between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda, and between India and Pakistan. The United States, under President Trump's leadership, played an important role in encouraging the parties to reach these resolutions, which we applaud and support. We call on all UN member states involved in disputes or conflicts to follow the example of those countries and to make every effort. Mr. President, in particular, we call for a ceasefire in Ukraine. Russia must cease its attacks on civilians and fulfill its obligations under the Charter. We call on other UN member states to stop providing Russia with the means to continue its aggression. The war must end. Mr. President, for peaceful dispute settlement processes to be credible, their outcomes must be implemented. We again call on China to abide by the 2016 ruling of the Arbitral of the Sea Convention, which is both final and legally binding on China and the Philippines. For 9 years now, China has refused to live up to its obligations as a party to the convention. Instead, China has continued to publicly reject the ruling, interfere with the exercise of high seas freedoms as reflected in the convention, and assert expansive and unlawful claims that infringe on the sovereign littoral states, including the Philippines, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Vietnam. We once again condemn China's expansive and unlawful maritime claims in the South China Sea and the dangerous and destabilizing ways it attempts to enforce them. Colleagues, over the years, the international community has developed robust mechanisms to help states reach agreements. However, some of these mechanisms are flawed, as they are subject to bias against particular countries or seek to exceed their jurisdiction to the detriment of the sovereignty of all states, another principle in the UN Charter. The United States staunchly opposes such overreach, even as we support true contributions to international peace and security. It is critically important that institutions and structures aimed at facilitating the peaceful settlement of disputes operate with due regard for the state's sovereignty and the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. The United States is ready to continue working with the United Nations and with other UN member states to support peaceful means of resolving differences. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, the representative of the United States. I will now give the floor to Excellency, the representative of Sri Lanka.
Mr. President, Your Excellency, Senator Mohammed Ishaq Dar, Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, Sri Lanka commends the Islamic Republic for convening this timely and significant high-level open debate and for facilitating the resolution adopted today. Today's debate reinforces one of the core purposes and principles of the United Nations, the promotion of international peace and security through international cooperation and the peaceful settlement of disputes as enshrined in Chapter 6, Articles 33 to 38 of the Charter of the United Nations. We also express appreciation to the Secretary General for his insightful briefing. As a country that endured the horrors of conflict and now enjoys the dividends of peace, transition from civil war to stability was made possible through regional and multilateral cooperation, including action and the good offices of the United Nations, the pivotal role of ECOWAS and African Union, supporting inclusive national dialogue and ownership. The journey started with a leadership decision to mediate amidst brutality and resentment. It is now a journey that testifies to the promises of the Charter that with political will and international solidarity, peace is possible, sustainable, and transformative. Our commitment to multilateralism is unwavering. As an elected member of this council and a nation that has gained from the Peace Building Commission support, we continue to promote inclusive dialogue, reconciliation, justice, and national ownership of peace processes. Our foreign policy and global engagement are inspired by the UN Charter, as well as the Bandung Principles, the African Union Constitutive Framework, and the enduring principle of solidarity among nations. Sierra Leone believes that this body needs to be urgently reformed, a view that underscores our commitment to the Common African Position on the Security Council reform as put forward by the African Union. Mr. President, 80 years ago, the United Nations emerged from the ashes of global war with a solemn promise to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. For over 8 decades, multilateralism has helped prevent conflicts, resolve disputes, and foster development. However, persistent inequalities, geopolitical tensions, and new global challenges, from climate insecurity to technological disruption, demand that we renew and reinforce our collective commitment. In this regard, Sierra Leone wishes to highlight 4 key points. First, the Security Council must move from rhetoric to action. Principles must be backed by practice, dispute resolution, including negotiation, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, the good offices of the Secretary General, and judicial settlement. These tools are not mere aspirations. They are binding instruments of action. Among them, judicial settlement plays a vital role, and we have affirmed the importance of the International Court of Justice in this respect. As the principal judicial organ of the United Nations, the ICJ provides a peaceful and legally binding mechanism for resolving interstate disputes and upholding international law. Sierra Leone also encourages strengthened engagement between the Council and regional organizations. Our experience in West Africa with proximity, legitimacy, and shared values enable more agile and context-specific responses. This regional global complementarity is essential to African peace and security architecture and aligns with the principles of subsidiarity and solidarity. Second, the Security Council must improve its follow-up and implementation of adopted resolutions. This means proactive monitoring, regular briefings by special envoys and mediators, and avoiding selective engagement based on geopolitical interests. We must overcome challenges of non-compliance, weak enforcement, and council divisions. Durable peace requires consistency, credibility, and a principled approach. Additionally, the Council and the broader UN system must also address root causes such as marginalization and non-inclusion of minorities, governance gaps, and competition over resources, which often lie at the heart of disputes. Third, the Secretary General should be fully empowered to act early and decisively. We support the use of Article 99 in instances where emerging crises threaten international peace and security. The good offices of the Secretary General must be actively used to facilitate dialogue and escalation, as was exhibited last week on the Cyprus question. We call for enhanced cooperation between the Secretary General and regional leaders. Regional diplomacy and quiet back-channel engagement often lay the groundwork for adequate and sustained funding for DIPA's mediation work and standby team of senior mediation advisors, which remains a valuable tool. Fourth and finally, we must shift from reactive crisis management to proactive conflict prevention. Preventive diplomacy should be institutionalized through consent-driven horizon scanning, early warning briefings, and partnerships with regional organizations and civil society. The Pact for the Future, particularly Actions 13 through 18, offers a blueprint for building just, inclusive, and peaceful societies. It reaffirms the necessity of dialogue, mutual understanding, and the peaceful settlement of disputes among states. Sierra Leone is committed to supporting the implementation of these actions in both word and deed. Our post-conflict peace-building efforts, including the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, hybrid accountability mechanisms, and community-based reconciliation, have provided a model of restorative justice. We now share these lessons through South-South cooperation, peer exchanges, and mediation training. Previously on the Security Council's agenda and now a member of the Council, Sierra Leone is both a witness to the power of multilateralism and an advocate for its future. We reiterate our belief in the enduring relevance of the Bandung principles, including mutual respect for sovereignty, non-interference, equality, and peaceful coexistence. These values, shared across the developing world, remain central to global peace and security architecture. Let us not wait for the outbreak of conflict before we act. Let us use the tools of diplomacy, solidarity, and justice. We must remain committed to upholding the principles of the Charter, advance the rule of law, and strengthen multilateralism as the cornerstone of a more peaceful, equitable, and secure world. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, the representative of Ceylon. I would now request and give the floor to Excellency, the representative of Guyana.
I welcome you to the Security Council, Your Excellency Senator Mohammed Ishaq Dar, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Pakistan, and commend Pakistan on choosing this subject for today's open debate. I also thank Secretary General Guterres for his powerful message. Mr. President, the formation of the United Nations 80 years ago was driven by the catastrophe of 2 world wars, which brought untold sorrow to mankind. Multilateralism triumphed as world leaders unite across geopolitical divides to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Consequently, the UN's primary purpose, as stated at the very beginning of the Charter, was the maintenance of international peace and security, and to that end, I quote, taking effective collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats to the peace and for the suppression of acts of aggression or other breaches of the peace, and to bring about by peaceful means and in conformity with the principles of justice and international law, adjustment or settlement of international disputes or situations which might lead to breach of the peace, unquote. Today, as the UN approaches its 80th anniversary, we see the highest number of conflicts since World War II, creating untold suffering for millions of people. The core humanitarian principles aimed at protecting innocent civilians are being violated, and the protections afforded humanitarian personnel, which are considered sacred, are being grievously eroded. We need not look any further than what is taking place in Gaza today, even though many other examples abound. Mr. President, the international community must encourage all parties to conflict to settle their dispute using the comprehensive menu of options under Article 33 of the Charter, which includes negotiation, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, judicial settlement, resort to regional agencies or arrangements, or other peaceful means of their own choice. History has shown that states that have chosen to resolve their disputes through peaceful means have seen many positive outcomes. The international system needs more states in conflict to choose this path. Indeed, it must be underscored that in every instance where there has been conflict and war, the resolution has inevitably come through one of the very means offered in the Charter, most often negotiation and mediation, leading to ceasefires or peace agreements. Sadly, by this time, too many would have lost their lives, and critical infrastructure would have been destroyed, requiring immense resources for rebuilding. In Guyana, we too have chosen peace through our application to the International Court of Justice, pursuant to Article 33 of the Charter, in relation to an unlawful claim to to 2/3 of our territory. Mr. President, as the foremost body entrusted with the maintenance of international peace and security, the Security Council has a central role in ensuring that disputes are resolved peacefully and must deliver on its responsibilities. There must be greater consistency in the Council's approaches and insistence on the implementation of international law and Security Council resolutions. As the Council faces growing criticisms for inaction, concerted efforts must be made to rebuild trust in the Council and greater use made of the tools available in the Charter to prevent or end disputes and to address non-compliance. Accountability and justice are also crucial to the achievement of peace and security. The Security Council must speak with one voice in championing respect for international law and staunchly support the international judicial bodies in carrying out their functions with independence, impartiality, and efficiency. We must also increase multilateral efforts aimed at narrowing development divides and overcoming poverty, increasing opportunity for women and young people, promoting respect for human rights, and building strong institutions. These will contribute immensely to the attainment of international peace and security. The United Nations remains central in this regard. In closing, Mr. President, I reaffirm Guyana's commitment to multilateralism and to the peaceful settlement of disputes. Global solidarity for peace has never been more crucial. We must choose peace on every occasion. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, the representative of Guyana. I would now give the floor to Excellency, the representative of Panama.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Panama is grateful to the Islamic Republic of Pakistan for convening this open debate. It broaches a topic of crucial importance, one which is very topical: the future of multilateralism as a tool for conflict resolution. We welcome His Excellency Mohammed Ishaq Dar, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Pakistan. We thank and commend Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for participating in this meeting, and we also thank the Ministers of State and other senior officials that do us the honor of being here today. Mr. President, today the world is experiencing the greatest number of armed conflicts occurring simultaneously since 1946. The worsening of the crises in Ukraine, Gaza, Myanmar, and Sudan, Haiti, to name but a few, brings us an ominous message. We have a great deal yet to do if we are to forge ahead with our mission of consolidating international peace and security. It would even appear that progress is being undone. The brotherliness and interdependence that bound us together 80 years ago now, with the goal of avoiding the horrors of war once again sowing devastation worldwide, resulted in the ratification of the UN Charter and laid the foundations for the multilateral governance system, a system which has endured to date. It has helped us to reduce extreme poverty, hunger, and insecurity throughout the world. However, today, we are witnessing the gradual erosion of this system. We are moving towards one dominated by mutual mistrust, disinformation, political obstructionism, financial pressures, and unilateral flights of fancy. It is a source of concern to note the lack of political will in terms of implementing the reforms and changes necessary to adapt to new realities and to manage increasingly complex conflicts. Panama reiterates its fervent, unwavering appeal to the Council to enforce and protect the UN Charter. For our country, a small nation in the global south, the United Nations was and will remain the primary tool at our disposal to bring our causes to the international arena. From the handover of the Panama Canal to Panamanian hands, to efforts to promote global maritime security, we've always used the United Nations. The multilateral nature of this organization has empowered us to respond effectively to powerful countries' attempts to impose diktats. For us, as a developing Latin American country, it is inconceivable that we would have a global order in which countries, instead of working together for the common good, impose their protectionist interests on others. Before the arrival, or rather in the face of the arrival of globalization and the growing interconnectedness of nations, isolation begins to stand as a wrongful attempt by states to shirk their responsibilities. Unilateralism, isolationism has time and time again proven not to have a tangible impact on preserving global peace and security. On the contrary, multilateralism is the very bedrock underpinning global well-being and stability. There is no other alternative to it. As such, we need to ensure that there is inclusive international engagement to multilateralism, engagement without double standards. The selective use and interpretation of the language and terminology of the United Nations Charter and that of the universal human rights system undermines the universality of those pillars of international law and undermines an effective multilateral system. Moreover, we reject geopolitical rivalries that impose national interest to the detriment of multilateral cooperation. That is very serious indeed, because it renders this council powerless when it comes to upholding its obligations, because the council finds itself unable to take expeditious, decisive action to prevent conflict and peacefully resolve global crises. Mr. President, Panama believes that territorial integrity, sovereignty, and the right of peoples to decide their own fate is not subject to negotiation. The respect on the part of all member states for that reality is critical if we are to resolve protracted conflicts. However, these remarks in no way contradict the universal and obligatory nature of human rights, nor the individual freedoms, or the mandate conferred by the Charter on the Council, the mandate to take proportional measures in the face of injustice, human rights violations, and war crimes. The Charter has equipped the Security Council with the authority to ensure the maintenance and promotion of international peace and security. This is not a simple legal mandate, rather it is a moral duty. The fate of millions of people could be plunged into tragedy, crisis, and famine if we do not take action. As part of the UN80 initiative and the Pact for the Future, our work stands as a crucial opportunity to undertake profound change in the way in which we enforce our mandate. It is absolutely paramount that we make use of existing tools and that we incorporate into conflict prevention an inclusive perspective, one in which women, young people, indigenous peoples, and civil society play a key role. We support there being an ever closer working relationship between the Security Council and the Peacebuilding Commission. The PBC has served as a crucial bridge between the General Assembly and this Council. Information exchange mechanisms must be strengthened, those that allow us to exchange information with ECOSOC and regional and local organizations engaged in peace building. The Latin American region has robust models, including the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, the Charter of the OAS. All of these organizations have mechanisms based on the principle of the peaceful resolution of disputes, and they draw on procedures such as good offices, inquiry, conciliation, arbitration, and judicial settlement. Let us, however, recall that the key determinant of whether multilateralism can stand as an effective tool in conflict resolution is ultimately what member states do. And their action. Proposals will not reduce active conflicts, nor will they eradicate humanitarian tragedies if we do not trust in ourselves and if we do not honestly work together to respond to global challenges, ranging from climate change to deeply rooted socio-economic equality at a global level. Moreover, the indiscriminate use of the veto, the lack of representation of the global south, and the unilateral hampering of consensus are the immediate obstacles we face in doing our work. Panama sees benefit to the initiatives which suggest that there is a need for Security Council reform. It was the majority of this council that met together in Panama in 1973 at a historic event. They achieved a historic milestone there. That gathering encouraged the parties to negotiate a new treaty to reduce tensions and ultimately succeeded in handing over the Panamanian Canal to Panamanian hands. When there is genuine commitment, the Council can and must act as a real source of peace. Mr. President, the United Nations remain the cornerstone of and driving force of multilateralism. We need a commitment rooted in principles and political will. Programs, mandates, and missions will be as effective as the member states allow them to be. Today's crises must serve as a warning of the devastating consequences of a world torn apart by extremism, random, senseless, unilateral acts, and a lack of solidarity. Let us think, let us reflect, and let us work constructively to ensure that international cooperation can prosper. Let us be remembered as the generation that cemented multilateralism as the pathway par excellence towards global peace and security. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, the representative of Panama. Now I would give floor to Excellency, the representative of Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me begin by acknowledging the timeliness of this meeting and then thanking His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Ishaq Dar, Deputy Prime Minister and then Minister of the Foreign Affairs, for initiating this important meeting today. I also thank the Secretary General for his insightful briefing today. Mr. President, we continue to witness how complex and protracted the conflicts, driven by a range of the underlying causes, give rise to hostilities and humanitarian crises. In this context, our commitment to the peaceful settlement of the disputes must be reaffirmed with a greater emphasis on preventive diplomacy and the use of the tools stipulated in Article 33 of the UN Charter. Let me highlight the 3 points today. First, mediation and good offices are recognized as useful tools within the range of the preventive diplomacy measures outlined in the Article 33 of the Charter. In an increasingly complex conflict landscape, these mechanisms offer timely and effective responses that can help ease tensions before they escalate and prevent the outbreak or recurrence of the violence. The UN's prompt and well-resourced and professional mediation support is therefore crucial. In this respect, we commend the work of the Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs and its mediation support unit for providing well-timed expertise to envoys and field missions. As demand for such mediation support continues to grow, these efforts should be backed by sustained and predictable financial resources. For our part, Republic of Korea has steadily increased its support for the DPP's multi-year appeal, contributing around $3.5 million, the highest amount among donors last year. Such a contribution will help strengthen the UN's capabilities in mediation and crisis responses, and we hope the international community will continue to extend the support to the multi-year appeal. Second, expertise and growing responsibilities of the regional and sub-regional organizations should be fully utilized in every step of dispute resolution. With their deep understanding of the underlying causes of conflict, regional bodies are uniquely positioned to deliver context-specific dialogue and mediation tools. Their influence, legitimacy, and proximity make them indispensable partners in crafting sustainable peace. In this regard, we take note of the African Union for its ownership and leadership in solving African conflicts throughout the peace continuum, from the AU's Continental Early Warning System, peace support operations like AWESOME in Somalia, and Center for Post-Conflict Reconstruction and Development. With this in mind, strengthening strategic partnership between the Council and regional organizations is essential for ensuring the Council's decisions are informed by local realities, thereby reinforcing its capacity to actively respond to conflict in a sustainable and context-specific manner. Third, preventive diplomacy should go hand in hand with efforts to build inclusive and lasting peace. Preventing outbreak or relapse of conflict requires addressing its underlying causes and creating the conditions requisite for sustainable peace. Thus, this in turn calls for investments in community-based conflict resolution, early warning, early action mechanisms, and engagement of all stakeholders, including international financial institutions and the UN country teams. Such efforts must align with the national priorities and complement one another through robust coordination and communication. In this vein, we underscore the roles of the UN country teams under the leadership of the resident coordinators, as well as the Peacebuilding Commission, in coordinating efforts by various actors to enhance their impact and synergies. For example, the Gambia's experience, marked by the strong national ownership and coordinated international support, facilitated and accompanied by the PBC, demonstrates the value of integrated approaches in sustainable peace. Mr. President, in conclusion, peaceful settlement of disputes is the first and most essential step toward the realization of the sustainable peace, as rightly pointed out the resolution we adopted today. Republic of Korea stands ready to support the UN's effort aimed at promoting preventive diplomacy through the full utilization of the Article 33 of the UN Charter. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, the representative of Republic of Korea. Now I give the floor to Excellency, the representative of Slovenia.
Thank you. Thank you, President. Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister Dar, for convening today's very timely debate. We also want to thank Secretary General for his energizing briefing. Peaceful settlement of disputes is a cornerstone of international law and the United Nations Charter. As a legal and moral duty, it rests squarely with the parties involved, in particular their leaders. Drawing from our own experience, I can affirm that the peaceful resolution of any dispute requires courage, political will, determination, and time. These are often scarce commodities, especially in the moments of crisis, and must be demonstrated by all parties. It is precisely why the role of the United Nations, including the Security Council, remains vital. Using tools provided by the Charter, we can offer constructive guidance and support in helping to prevent the crisis. Slovenia welcomes the resolution adopted today, although we would have wished a stronger voice of the United Nations Security Council on this matter. Allow me to raise the following points for consideration in today's discussion. Firstly, international law must be respected, complied with, and upheld. This includes international humanitarian law, international human rights law, as well as, in a broader sense, the Security Council resolutions and all agreements and decisions reached through peaceful means, including judicial and arbitral rulings, orders, and advisory opinions. Often this Council is called upon to address complex and destabilizing situations that undermine regional stability, threaten peace, and cost innocent civilian lives. These crises frequently stem from agreements that have been broken, commitments abandoned, and the political will diminished, replaced by misguided belief that the military solution is possible. Respect for international law is not optional, nor is it something imposed on us. It is our voluntary and strong commitment, a fundamental obligation. Secondly, there is no higher price than that of recovering and rebuilding a country torn apart by conflict, where the very social fabric of communities have been torn by the horrors of war. This is why preventing conflict is not only a moral imperative to avoid the human suffering, but also a shared strategic and economic necessity that requires the commitment of all, donors large and small, public and private sector, and civil society alike. Mindful that effective and sustainable conflict prevention and peace building must be nationally led and owned, Slovenia encourages Council members to engage more in early warning efforts, including through the potential of new technologies. We should pay more attention to early indications of human rights violations and abuses. We must consider developments related to climate security, as proven useful across the West and Central Africa. The Council should collectively ensure that peace operations are guided and equipped to carry out preventive diplomacy and strengthen post-conflict democratic processes on the ground, as we have done after the civil wars in Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. And finally, no agreement can withstand the test of time if it is not reached through an inclusive process. A peace agreement that excludes half of the population is unlikely to endure. The root cause of disputes, such as marginalization, historical grievances, and systemic inequalities, must be reflected at the very moment when leaders are working towards a peaceful settlement. This is why Slovenia actively supports the inclusive participation of diverse civil society actors at all stages of conflict prevention, resolution, and peace building. Our commitment to the Women, Peace and Security agenda has been further reinforced through our endorsement of the UN Secretary General's common pledge for women's food, women mediators, and those with expertise on gender dimensions, supported by Slovenia through the Women's Peace and Humanitarian Fund, have consistently proven their ability to help achieve fair, more inclusive, and longer-lasting peace agreements. Agreements that the world will live in desperately needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, the representative of Slovenia. I will now give the floor to Excellency, the representative of Algeria.
Mr. President, my delegation wishes to begin by expressing its sincere appreciation to Ishaq Dar, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, for presiding over this important high-level debate, and also for placing the principle of peaceful settlement of disputes enshrined in the UN Charter at the heart. We also thank the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his valuable briefing and continued commitment to preventive diplomacy and multilateral engagement. I would further say my gratitude to the Secretary General for his principled and courageous stance in promoting, defending, and upholding multilateralism and the tenets of the UN Charter. Despite tremendous challenges and pressures, this stance remains intact regarding the terrible situation in Gaza. Let us be clear. The prolonged catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza is nothing but the reflection of the failure of its primary responsibility in maintaining peace and security. The reflection of the erosion of multilateralism and the reflection of the prevalence of might over right. Mr. President, timely and necessary as the international community faces persistent crises, complex regional tensions, and growing challenges to the rule of international law. As crises persist and unilateral approaches proliferate, firm belief that respect by all for international law and peaceful dispute settlement are the only sustainable path to international peace and security. In this context, Algeria would want to make the following point. First, the peaceful settlement of disputes is a cornerstone of Algeria's foreign policy. Dialogue, mediation, good offices, and legal mechanisms that respect sovereignty and non-interference remain our and resolving conflicts. Second, the Charter mechanism enshrined in Chapter 6, negotiation, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, and judicial settlement must be fully utilized and applied with impartiality. Third, we fully support the good offices of the UN Secretary General, and in the current climate of financial constraints, who affirm that prevention must remain a strategic priority. In this perspective, we support a rational, equitable allocation of resources aligned with the Secretary General's UN 80 initiative. Fourth, in our regional context, at the intersection of the Maghreb, of the Sahel, and of Western Mediterranean, Algeria remains actively committed to conflict prevention with regional organizations such as the African Union. Fifth, we support closer coordination between the Security Council and the Peace-Building Commission, particularly in addressing root causes and supporting nationally owned peace-building strategies. The ongoing review of the peace-building architecture is a good opportunity to reinforce coherence and complementarity across the UN system. We remain gravely concerned by the paralysis of the Security Council and also the selective implementation of its resolution, which undermines its legitimacy and its credibility. The question of Palestine is a clear and a long-standing example of this double standard. In conclusion, Mr. President, we call for an inclusive, equitable, and representative multilateralism, that the Pacific settlement of disputes in full accordance with the principles, with the purposes of the UN Charter. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, the representative of Algeria. Before we start under Rule 37, giving the floor to non-council members, China has requested the floor to make a further statement. I give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, President. I would like to make a brief response to the statement just made by the U.S. representative. I would like to emphasize that China has indisputable sovereignty over Nanhai, Zhudao, and its relevant adjacent waters. China's territorial sovereignty and maritime rights and interests in the South China Sea have sufficient historical and jurisprudential basis. China's position on the South China Sea arbitration case is consistent and clear. China does not accept or recognize the so-called arbitration award, and China does not accept any claim or actions based on that award. In fact, in recent years, with the joint efforts of China and ASEAN countries, the situation in South China Sea has maintained its overall stability, and there is no problem with the freedom of navigation and overflight. China has consistently persisted in working with the countries concerned to properly handle differences related to the South China Sea through dialogue and consultation on the basis of respect for historical facts and international law. Let's take a look at the United States. U.S., in utter disregard for the history and objective facts of the South China Sea, has been stirring up trouble, sowing discord wherever it can, and jeopardizing the mutual trust of regional countries. The United States has not up to date acceded to UNCLOS, but it has often given itself the status of a judge of the convention, giving directions to and interfering with other countries. This is just ridiculous. The United States also deploys in the South China Sea offensive weapons, including land-based intermediate-range missiles, and frequently dispatches large-scale advanced ships and aircrafts to the South China Sea to conduct military reconnaissance and exercises in the name of freedom of navigation, blatantly intruding into China's territorial waters and airspace. Who wants to stir up trouble in the South China Sea and mess up the region? That is something everyone clearly knows. Who is coercing and bullying and endangering the freedom of navigation in the South China Sea is also self-evident. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, the representative of China. I think now we begin with the list of speakers under Rule 37. I give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Thomas Taraba, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for the Environment of Slovakia. His Excellency, Mr. Thomas Taraba.
Dear Mr. President, I wish to thank you for organizing this debate on this important issue. Slovakia aligns itself with the statement of the European Union. In addition, allow me to highlight a few points in my national capacity. First, we live in a divided world where conflicts are multiplying dramatically. Slovakia strongly appeals to states, members of the United Nations, to solve situations of tension and conflict and existing disputes by political and diplomatic means, and to refrain from the threat or use of force. We appeal to states in conflict to cease armed action. The closest armed conflict to our borders is the ongoing war in Ukraine. Slovakia joins international partners in calling for a full and unconditional ceasefire and the start of meaningful talks leading to a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine in line with the EU Charter. Second, peaceful settlement of disputes is central to the Security Council's mandate to maintain international peace and security. Over 8 years, the Council has helped to end numerous conflicts, including through applying the tools provided under Chapter 4 of the Charter. Slovakia fully supports the the appeal to the members of the Council to make a wider and more effective use of Charter provisions aimed at peaceful settlement of disputes. The Council should also continue to build on its existing early warning and conflict prevention efforts. Third, the peaceful settlement of disputes is most effective when it is fully owned by parties directly involved and when these parties themselves choose and apply procedures and means best suited to their needs and perspectives. Slovakia is of the view that the United Nations must be adequately equipped to lend its support in this regard as appropriate. Next, I would like to stress the value of the regional and sub-regional organizations and arrangements in the Pacific settlement of regional disputes. They are close to the problem and have knowledge of local dynamics. Slovakia believes that cooperation with them ought to be further enhanced. Lastly, a point which my country believes merits further attention is the need to adjust the existing instruments for peaceful settlement of disputes to constantly evolving nature of disputes. Mr. President, Slovakia commends the ongoing peace facilitation activities of the UN Secretary General, including most recently his renewed attempt to revive the stalled Cyprus peace talks. Slovakia is prepared to continue facilitating bi-communal dialogue between Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot political parties in Cyprus. I would also take this opportunity to thank those EU member states who play important mediation role in different crisis situations around the world. Mr. President, I close by saying that despite criticism and challenges for Slovakia, the Security Council remains a vital international forum for multilateralism. The Pact for the Future, adopted by UN member states in September 2024, presents several ambitious actions to improve Council's effectiveness and ensure it remains fit for purpose. Slovakia remains committed to the successful implementation of this important document. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for the Environment of Slovakia. I would now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Maresh Sangem-Pongsa, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Thailand.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thailand congratulates Pakistan on assuming the presidencies of the Security Council this month and commends your leadership in convening this timely and important debate. We stand ready to engage constructively, drawing on Thailand's long-standing commitment to the promotions of international peace and security. Against a backdrop of rising tensions, geopolitical mistrust, and overlapping crises, Thailand is deeply concerned by the growing reliance on power projections and confrontational approaches, which risk further escalating the situation. This underscores an urgent need to redouble our collective efforts and embrace new approaches towards the peaceful settlements of disputes. Thailand wishes to address three key points. First, at this difficult time, our commitment to the principle enshrined in the charters of the United Nations must be strengthened. Thailand emphasizes that disputes must be solved through dialogue, mutual respect, and cooperation, while firmly upholding the principle of non-interference and respect for sovereignties and territorial integrities of states. Thailand highlights Article 33 of the Charter, which outline a broad spectrum of peaceful means for resolution. These diversities of approaches reflects the realities that there is no one-size-fits-all solution. Peaceful settlements are best pursued through mechanisms appropriate for each context, with due respect for the sovereignties and ownership of the party involved. Second, Thailand recognizes the role of the United Nations in promoting peace and nonviolence. In this spirit, multilateralism creates an enabling environment where solutions can be pursued effectively, reinforcing the legitimacies and trust that underpins peaceful settlements. We support efforts to strengthen the United Nations capacity for conflict prevention to ease global tensions by revitalizing existing mechanisms and developing innovative approaches to early warning, confidence building measures, and dialogue, taking into considerations the specific context of each situation. In this regard, Thailand welcomes the Pacts for the Future and supports the call to intensify the use of preventive diplomacies and pacific settlement of disputes, as outlined in Article 16. Thailand partnership with a partnership between the United Nations and regional organizations are critical in reducing tensions and promoting international peace and security. Their complementary role must be recognized and further promoted. Over the years, ASEAN's architectures and mechanisms has helped foster an environment of mutual trust and contributed to peace and stability beyond the Southeast Asian region. This has been achieved through ASEAN's consensus-based and non-confrontational approach, practical confidence-building measures, and a flexible approach to preventive diplomacy. We believe that ASEAN and the United Nations complement each other, and they can contribute to global efforts in strengthening peaceful settlement mechanisms mindful of regional context and sensitivities. Mr. President, let us not lose sight of our collective responsibilities to secure peace and security for further generation. Thailand urges all parties to engage in dialogue and diplomacy in good faith as the cornerstone of conflict prevention and resolutions. We stand ready to work alongside all partners to transfer our commitments for international peace and security into lasting reality. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Excellency, Mr. Marosh Sen Gam Pongsa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Thailand. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Minister for Economy and Commerce of Kyrgyzstan.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, allow me to extend my delegation's sincere gratitude to the Pakistani presidency for convening this timely debate, as well as to all distinguished speakers for their insightful contributions. The Kyrgyz Republic, as a steadfast advocate of the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, reiterates its full commitment to multilateralism and the peaceful resolution of disputes. Excellencies, the contemporary global landscape is marked by unprecedented and interconnected challenges, from protracted conflicts and geopolitical fragmentation to transitional threats, including climate change, terrorism, and cyber insecurity. These issues demand collective, coordinated action under the leadership of the Council. As the cornerstone of the global security architecture, the Security Council must uphold its mandate by fostering dialogue, cooperation, and mutual trust among the member states. The United Nations' strength lies in its ability to harmonize diverse perspectives into common solutions for peace. Kyrgyzstan, a landlocked country in Central Asia, has gained valuable experience in maintaining stability within a complex regional environment. We have identified inclusive governance
interethnic harmony, and sustainable development as the core foundations of our domestic stability. The same principles guide our foreign policy, which is rooted in respect, non-interference, and the peaceful resolution of disputes. We regard multilateralism essential to addressing global challenges. No single state, regardless of its size and influence, can tackle these issues alone. Therefore, Kyrgyzstan calls for strengthening the Security Council role in promoting dialogue, fostering cooperation, and developing inclusive, sustainable approaches to peace building. Mr. President, conflict prevention and mediation are not abstract concepts, but practical tools for stability. Kyrgyzstan actively engages in regional initiatives across Central Asia to promote dialogue, build confidence, and uphold international law. A testament of this commitment is the full resolution of border issues between Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. Through political will and compromise, we averted escalation and instead paved the way for sustainable development. We firmly assert that lasting peace requires justice, equality, and opportunity for all. Kyrgyzstan remains dedicated to the women, peace, and security agenda and the meaningful inclusion of youth in peace processes. Every voice must be heard. Moreover, climate change is an accelerant of instability, particularly in Central Asia. Addressing its security dimension is imperative. Distinguished delegates, Kyrgyzstan supports an expanded mandate for the United Nations in the areas of preventive diplomacy, mediation, and peace building, particularly in vulnerable and post-conflict regions. In this regard, we believe it is necessary to strengthen the role of the United Nations as the global coordinator of humanitarian efforts, increase the participation of small states in Security Council decision-making, ensure inclusivity and fairness in international conflict resolution mechanisms. We also support initiatives to reform the global governance system with a focus on equal participation and fair representation for all states. In conclusion, my country reaffirms its unwavering adherence to international law. We champion good neighborliness, intercultural dialogue, and collective action against transnational threats from terrorism to cyber threats. Only through unity can we secure a peaceful, just, and sustainable future for all. I thank you all.
Thank you, Excellency Mr. Bakit Sedov, Minister for Economy and Commerce of Kyrgyzstan. I now give the floor to Bulgaria, His Excellency Mr. Nikolay Pavlov, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Bulgaria. Excellency, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bulgaria aligns itself with the statement to be delivered by the European Union, and I would like to make the following points in my national capacity. Bulgaria welcomes the opportunity to engage in this important high-level open debate and reaffirms its unwavering commitment to upholding the principles of the international law, ensuring in the United Nations Charter and the rules-based international order with the UN at its core as the bedrock of the effective multilateralism. However, the powerful remarks this morning reminded us that reaffirming the commitment to the UN Charter 8 decades after its adoption is not enough. Amidst growing geopolitical tensions and implementation of Agenda 2030 lagging behind, what is required is active engagement by the members of the international community with concrete actions and renewed political will to reinvigorate international cooperation and to prioritize solidarity over division and progress over paralysis. The process of negotiating and adopting the Pact of the Future serves as a powerful example in this regard. The UN Charter provides a robust framework to advance the cause of international cooperation by offering critical mechanisms to maintain international peace and security, such as negotiation, mediation, arbitration, good offices, and judicial settlement. While resolving international disputes through peaceful means remains a priority, the best way to settle a dispute is to prevent it. In this vein, Bulgaria supports strengthening the connection between early warning systems, preventive diplomacy, development cooperation, and peace-building initiatives to address potential conflicts before they emerge or escalate. In this regard, Bulgaria welcomes the EU-UN joint priorities on peace and security for the period 2025-2028, with special focus on conflict prevention and mediation. We acknowledge the role of conflict prevention as an essential component of sustaining peace and recognize the interlinkages between peace, security, development, and human rights. At the same time, we emphasize the need to ensure respect for human rights and international law, including international law of the sea, to fight terrorism and ensure women's participation in peace processes. Accountability for serious violations of international law as key conditions for a successful transition and the prevention of new conflicts. Recent developments in the Middle East confirm the importance of diplomatic initiatives to resolve complex disputes, and we welcome the negotiation for ceasefire in Gaza, spearheaded by the United States, Qatar, and Egypt, leading to a permanent end to hostilities, for the unconditional release of all hostages, and addressing the dire humanitarian situation in the Strip. Almost 4 years since Russia started its unprovoked full-scale invasion and war on aggression against Ukraine, we reaffirm our support for Ukraine's independence and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, and for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace based on the principles of the UN Charter and international law. Lasting peace emerges not through imposed solution, but when parties to the conflict and stakeholders pursue agreement through modalities they deem most appropriate. This principle is enshrined in the UN Charter, which rightly emphasizes the paramount importance for achieving sustainable peace. Turning now to the special responsibility that this Council holds for the maintenance of international peace and security, it is worth recalling that Article 24 of the Charter clearly spells out the way the Council should act promptly, effectively, in accordance with the purposes and principles of the United Nations, and on behalf of the United Nations member states who have vested the Council with power. Each veto or treat to use it brings mounting human suffering and serves as a call to the General Assembly to step in and not shy away from exercising its functions and powers under the UN Charter. With this in mind, Bulgaria has joined the core group of the so-called veto initiative led by Liechtenstein, welcomes the Digital Handbook Assembly for Peace, and it's of the view that the General Assembly should consistently demand the Security Council to apply the UN Charter in its entirety, including the provision to abstain from veto in Article 27.3. In closing, Bulgaria believes that the principle of the peaceful settlement of disputes forms the core of the inclusive, accountable, and effective multilateral system, one that delivers peace, democracy, and sustainable prosperity for all. It cultivates genuine partnerships, mutual respect, fosters common understanding of risks, challenges, and opportunities, upholds the established rules and principles, and brings solutions to pressing global problems. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Mr. Nikolai Pavlov, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Bulgaria. Now I give the floor to Excellency, the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Portugal.
Excellencies, Portugal aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union and wishes to have the following points in its national capacity. We meet today at the world faces converging crises, geopolitical fragmentation, rising conflict, and erosion of trust in institutions. This context makes the peaceful settlement of disputes not only a legal imperative, but a political and moral one. Multilateralism, with the UN at its core, must be strengthened and adapted to a more complex and polarized global landscape. As we navigate UN 80, this means a UN system that is coherent, anticipatory, and inclusive. Portugal believes that the Council's effectiveness must be matched by stronger upstream capacities across the UN system, from special political missions and the Secretary-General's good offices to resident coordinators and peace and development advisors. These actors must be empowered, resourced, and better connected to regional and local peacemaking efforts. We also reaffirm our commitment to mediation and preventing diplomacy, long-standing pillars of Portugal's foreign policy. As a recent member of the Group of Friends of Mediation, we support peer learning across regions and inclusive, locally rooted approaches. Trust and access are critical in today's mediation efforts, and these must be fostered through transparency, listening, and proximity to affected communities. We have also engaged within the community of Portuguese-speaking countries, CPLP, to promote political dialogue and cooperation among member states. Besides, we particularly highlight the role of women and youth in peace processes. Portugal is a strong supporter of the Common Pledge for Women's Participation and remains committed to advancing Resolution 1325 as it marks this year its 25th anniversary. We are equally supportive of efforts to expand mediator networks in the UN and strengthen regional capacities. Excellencies, diplomacy is essential but not sufficient. Peaceful dispute resolution also rests on the early detection of risks, sustained political commitment, and the legitimacy born of trust and inclusion. It requires defending the role of international law, especially the International Court of Justice, but also ensuring that a party to a dispute abstains from voting, in line with Article 27(3) of the UN Charter. And it requires that we match ambition with implementation, including through the Pact for the Future, whose Action 16 offers a blueprint to reinforce the UN's role in mediation and trust building. Portugal will continue to act as a bridge builder through our development cooperation efforts, our engagement with regional organizations, and our promotion of prevention and good offices, including, if elected to the Security Council next year for the mandate 2027-2028. We stand ready to work with all partner member states, regional organizations, and civil society to make peaceful settlements not the exception, but the norm. And we, to conclude, thank the Pakistan for this initiative, the Pakistani presidency for this initiative, and I thank you all for the attention.
Thank you, Excellency, Ms. Anna Isabel Rever, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Portugal. I now give the floor to His Excellency His Excellency Mr. Kazim Gharib Abadi, Deputy Foreign Minister for Legal and International Affairs of Islamic Republic of Iran. Excellency of the floor.
Rahim. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, at the outset, I wish to express my appreciation to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Pakistan in his capacity as President of the Security Council for convening this important meeting. In the current delicate global context, the subject under discussion assumes a significance greater than ever before. Regrettably, the international community is increasingly confronted with the rise of unilateralism, the instrumentalization of sanctions, the flagrant violation of the United Nations Charter, and a growing disregard for the rule of international law. Mr. President, in Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 32, the Holy Quran says, and I quote, we decreed to the children of Israel that if anyone kills a person, unless in retribution for murder or spreading corruption in the land, it is as if he kills all mankind, while if any saves a life, it is as if he saves the lives of all mankind. Unquote. Since the establishment of the United Nations and throughout the 8 decades of the Security Council's operations, more than 300 wars and armed conflicts have transpired, resulting in tens of millions of casualties and injuries. Dozens of legitimate governments have been overthrown as a consequence of foreign interventions, primarily by the United States. In its capacity as a permanent member of the Council, the US has vetoed more than 80 draft resolutions of the Security Council. The Israeli regime, which has gone so far as to weaponize even food and water against innocent civilians, including children, has over the past 8 decades carried out more than 3,000 terrorist operations, displaced over 7 million Palestinians, martyred and wounded hundreds of thousands, and imprisoned more than 1 million Palestinians. This is the very same regime that has launched military aggression against its neighbors, remains a party to none of the international instruments on disarmament and non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and maintains hundreds of nuclear warheads in its arsenal. And you are well aware of the catastrophic consequences that the possession of nuclear weapons by such a criminal regime entails for international peace and security. During this very same period, and notwithstanding the
you.